make this video for two non-goth heterosexual men approaching goth women. Sorry guys, I'm not trying to leave anyone out. But let's say you're out there in the world and you come across a sexy looking darkly inclined lady. Rule number one, assume nothing. That she only dates other goths, she's depressed, that she's into some weird dark religion, that she's vegan, she's kinky, nothing. Lesbian, cat hoarder, kicks babies. If you decide to go up and talk to her, congratulations. It takes a lot of courage to talk to somebody you're crushing on. And I know we can be intimidating. So then introduce yourself. Smile and be friendly. Trust me, we are not against that. Better to be friendly and outgoing than be like, hi, I'm Josh. No, don't do that. That's not sexy to anyone. Going back to the assuming nothing part, don't try talking to her about something that you're just guessing she might be into. Now, if she's like specifically wearing something like a band t-shirt or band button, then that's an acceptable conversation starter if you actually know of and or listen to that band. Try not to ask too many questions about her appearance or interests right off the bat, because we get a lot of these questions all day, every day. In any conversation, it's always better to have something to contribute. If you got nothing, then the simple, hey, you seem cool, want to get coffee sometime, is respectful and acceptable. Pay attention to her body language. If she's turned away from you, giving you short, quick responses, arms crossed, seems distracted, gives you the slow blink, or is not making eye contact with you or not talking to you, period, then there's a really good chance that she feels uncomfortable with the situation and wishes not to have contact. She is under no obligation to interact with you, period. If she's not down to talk to you, it may not even be anything that has to do with you. It could just be her and what kind of day she's having, and that's her business. So if this happens, do your best not to take it personally. Then go back to what you were doing before you went to go talk to her. And get on with your life. That's how life works. You've got your life, she's got hers. Now, if the two of you do start talking, and she seems comfortable, and she's engaged in the conversation, awesome. Ask her out. It's a good idea to have a place to go on a date, like already available in your mind ahead of time. Don't ask them and then go to the pub after. That sounds like an awesome date, actually. You will hear this ad nauseum on any to romantically pursue other people with common interests. That doesn't mean it's not worth putting yourself out there if you're interested in someone. Now go out there and be
left, right, on the bed, off the bed. My name is Timothy times 3. Agility's my middle name. What's in the closet? Let me show you a move. Oh my God, it's a mouse. Left, right, on the bed, off the bed. My name is Timothy times 3. Agility's my middle name. What's in the closet? Let me show you a move. Oh my God, it's a mouse.
romantic to kids. It's spring.
Goth gym girls exist.
Do moderately alt gym girls count?
Goth.
What the fuck is this shit? The fuck is this shit? Emo as fuck.
Did you know that unracking your weights at the gym makes you pull goth baddies? Hey, look at him. He's so cool. Yeah, I like that type. Mysterious loners. I wonder what he is.
Oh my god. Woo! Oh my god. I need headphones. Kind of need headphones. next time. Should I go out soon? Think I should go out soon. Yeah, definitely.
I'm so hungry. 배고파. 아, 배고파.
Reading. Shall we ask him? No. Why not? Okay, but you ask him. I'm a little embarrassed. You should start approaching him if you want him to hang out with us. What should I tell him? I don't know. Like, what are you doing or something?
아, 피곤해.
But it's obvious. He is reading a book.
Hey, I can read too.
Is he talking to us? I think so. You know him. No, and I don't wanna. Hey, Ryan, what are you doing?
I'm going home.
Okay.
You know, we're going to hang out at the bridge. Maybe you'd like to come with us.
Sorry, I don't have time right now.
You think he doesn't like us? Maybe he needs to meet his cooler friends.
You know that I'm also mysteriously going to get back home.
I wonder what he's doing now. He's probably with some girl right now. You think he has a girlfriend? Why would he keep disappearing like that after school? You think you should invite him over or something? I tried it earlier, but he didn't want to. Maybe when we organize something bigger, he will come. I can pull some strings. At worst, he will bring some girls, so whatever. I would feel bad if I had to watch him being all cuddly with someone else. So invite another guy? Like who? That weirdo that keep following you all the time. You mean Nathan? He's probably sitting at home right now, doing some weird things.
You know, she's not lying, but it still hurts.
You must be kidding. He has some aggression problem. You saw what he did to Ryan today. Yeah, I saw it. My heart stopped for a moment. How could he?
I really didn't mean to. Besides, when he previously tackled me, you all laughed.
See what I chose. What? You have that at home? Yeah, those nets allows you to plunge into and cleanse all bad emotions that are gathering in our body. Maybe I should buy one for my dad. He was so crunky lately.
And then I said to her, either all of us or no one.
All 5 of you?
Nah. She said she was bored and went home.
That's a bummer.
Don't listen to him. He's making up everything on the fly.
That's not true. Anyway, so we went hit the club and there were those 2 foreign girls and they said,
Hey Ryan, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Do you see something interesting?
You guys can't see him.
Whom? I don't see anybody.
Yeah, I guess you are right.
What the fuck is this film?
girls are making a fortune. So if I have 10,000 subscribers on OnlyFans for $50 each in a year, I will earn more money than everyone I know.
So you say it's better to end the day with a baggage of experiences?
Yes, every time you do something, you will feel better. You will feel that life changes, that you are not in the same place.
But where to start?
Start practicing. Go to Google Scholar and read. Get in the habit of getting to know things. Maybe then it will be easier for you to try new things. Develop yourself. Don't look at others. Stop using social media stuff with people who've achieved a lot without doing anything. Stop being jealous of others, because the worst thing is self-pity that we should be in this place instead of them, because it won't do you any good for you.
Hey, I'm 21 and this is
Another one. We must change the forums or just contact me with private messages.
I think it will be better that way. These leeches are everywhere.
why nobody wants to pay me.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to see you.
Long time no see.
Nice house.
I moved on.
Without me? After all, we were happy.
Yes, we were.
Why did you disappear?
Because I didn't really feel our relationship made sense. When we ran our OnlyFans profile, I had to hide myself. At first I was angry that we couldn't reveal that we were together, but then I understood. I realized that if I went outside with you, I would feel bad because I wouldn't know if the men who look at you don't know you from the photos. I wouldn't know if the men who smile at me do it because they had you for $10.
What are you talking about? Do you think it's hard for you? I am the one that showed my body, not you. It's my photos on the internet, not yours. I lost everything, not you.
After all, I gave you half.
It's not enough. I can't get a job because of it. Any boss can easily Google me. My nickname did not help. I don't know how they do it. They use some photo software or something.
Honey, dinner is ready.
Who is this?
My wife.
Wife? Does she know you are using her?
That's why you came 1,200 miles to tell me.
Yes.
Come back to your home and enjoy your life with someone else.
I can't. Nobody wants me. Every guy I met know me and only wants one thing. Everyone thinks they can have me after one night.
This is the way you chose.
It was you who persuaded me.
And you agreed. I don't know what you can do. Sell your Porsche.
I already
Stop
did.
spending thousands of dollars on extensions and handbags. Maybe with a bit of luck you can still have some money until your 50s.
Please come back with me.
The fuck? Tick, tick, tick, tick. Update. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh! Check, McNamiri. My pants are mirrory. Yes, I'm winning clearly.
Oh my god. Wait, what? I don't know. Fuck. Fuck now, man.
Are they dangerous? Why can't they find themselves in society? Who they are? People? Are they dangerous? Why can't they find themselves in society? Who they are? People referred to as incel. Here are the stories of one of them.
Hi, my name is Nathan and I call myself an incel.
How did it start?
From the beginning, somehow I could never find my place in society. All these people, my peers, dealt with some kind of infantile stuff. They were loud, unfocused. That's why I could never get along with them.
What about the women? Have you been with someone?
No, all the women rejected me right away. They didn't even notice me, like I wasn't even there.
How do you know that?
They were sending me specific signals.
Like what?
They pretended to send messages, looked around without even looking at me.
What do you think the reason is?
My appearance, I do not have a strong jaw, my face is out of proportion. I'm not as muscular as the actors in the movies. I have no job, so my value is 0.
You said the women rejected you. It means you tried to talk to them. How did you start the conversation?
When I'm outside, I looked for lonely victims, mostly in coffee shops.
Victims?
This is how potential looked around without even, like I wasn't even, looked around without even looking at me.
What do you think the reason is?
My appearance, I do not have a strong jaw, my face is out of proportion. I'm not as muscular as the actors in the movies. I have no job, so my value is 0.
You said the women rejected you. It means you tried to talk to them. How did you start the conversation?
When I'm outside, I looked for lonely victims, mostly in coffee shops.
Victims?
This is how potential partners are described in various books.
What books?
How to Get Women. Like this on How to Sleep with a Woman Using Less Than 100 Words by Chad Keller. I read a lot of his books. I attend his lectures.
And what are these lectures about?
How to approach women. How to express yourself. How to make gestures. Some simple conversation techniques.
Can you describe them more precisely, these techniques?
In short, don't send too many signals that might suggest that you're scared. Spitting saliva while talking, exaggerating, gesticulating, jumping from foot to foot during conversation.
So they teach you the basic principles that all people follow in their daily lives?
Yes,
And when you approach the woman, how do you start the conversation?
I approach her from behind to give her as little time as possible so that she can't judge my appearance, and I ask if she is alone. Is someone waiting for her at home? If she likes anime, I say she is very pretty.
Anime?
If a girl doesn't watch anime, I won't be able to bring her to my room.
Why?
I suspect she wouldn't understand.
And what is your ideal of a girl? What she must look like?
She must be pretty. She must be good looking even without makeup. I like women with giant breasts. She must dress modestly. I want her to have similar interests like myself. She must be nice, polite. She must know when to speak and when to be silent. I don't know if you're aware of, but I wish the girl would look like those ladies in adult movies, but she must be a virgin like I am. And most importantly, I want her to accept me for who I am, no matter what.
Do you think you're looking for a very specific woman?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe you should lower your standard for females. There are many girls like yourself that are looking for someone.
You think I'm going to marry an ugly duckling? No thanks. I'd rather be alone.
You said if a girl sees your room, she wouldn't understand. Can I see it?
What for?
Why not?
Okay. You have to watch out for the stairs. Grandma doesn't come in here anymore since she almost broke her leg bringing a breakfast to my bed.
Hello, Nathan, where are you?
Imagine putting your self-worth on the opposite sex. That's true.
Oh my god. What's going on? Let me out.
Why don't you understand that we are destined for each other?
What are you talking about? Please, let me go.
I wouldn't have to do that if you just played Smash with me.
Toxic real chat.
Look at this, Lucy. How much she lifts? Like 10 pounds. What in it?
I think you need help.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. Only losers are thanking. First time at the gym?
Yes.
Remember to carry as much as you can at any given time in your life. Don't look at others. Just because they mock you doesn't mean you're inferior. They just want to hide that they used to be like you. You just need a little more time. Be patient. Nothing falls out of this sky.
It's not true.
Why?
You are born with a square jaw. You are big and have beautiful blue eyes.
These are contacts.
But your jaw seems natural.
So that's about it. You want to be like me? You think that if you had my body, all problems would go away.
Yes, you are a Chad. You hang out with the beautiful women, you drive a sport cars, and at work everyone is under you.
Being a Chad is not sleeping with models and driving sports cars. Look at them. What do you see?
Chads.
Mistake. You see ordinary boys who invest every free moment in the gym to be able to drag ignorant women to bed, unaware of the fact that apart from their appearance, they have nothing. No talent, knowledge, drive, or work. They live in a moment that will pass. Today they are like you said, Chads, and in 2 years they will have to work in a profession they hate in order to be able to raise children they did not want.
How do you know that?
Real Chad doesn't bring others down to make them feel better. The real Chad is uplifting others because he knows that nothing threatens his position. True Chad, even when he makes mistakes, learns from them and arises like a phoenix from the ashes.
Do you think you are a Chad?
I don't know, but let's find out. Hey, buddy, I need to talk to you.
What? Why did you do this? Guys, you probably broke my nose. I can't have a broken nose because no girl will think me. Where's the mirror?
You see,
You just committed an offense.
you worry too much about trivial things. Yes, what do you want?
Do you remember me?
No,
Chad, we went to the gym together for 2 years and then you disappeared.
I don't know any Chad.
Come on, can we talk?
Chad is dead for a long time. What are you doing?
That's my line. What happened to you?
Nothing. Life got me.
You just given up.
Yes,
What about rising like Phoenix from the ashes?
it's too late for me.
I
Whoa.
won't let you go.
What do you care?
It is because of you that I understood what is important in life. It is thanks to you that now I am who I am.
Well, you are muscular, so you probably have a lot of women. You managed to get what you always wanted.
No, I only feel better. I stopped chasing women and investing every spare moment admiring them.
So what are you doing here?
I'm investing in myself.
Okay, invest somewhere else.
You don't understand. That's what I do. I need you. You see, I have found my meaning in life and I came because I need you.
Why?
We are gathering a team.
Whoa. This is good. Oh, what is this?
From the kitchen to the bathroom, sipping. Your steps keep me awake. Don't come.
Twist.
If you wanna be a if you need a minute, let's go slowly.
Let's fucking go. We're all gonna make it. We're all gonna fucking make it.
Oh,
What's going on, everyone? It's Davis here. Welcome back to another video. Today, we're going to talk about the self-improvement trap that many young guys fall into. And I'm going to be speaking from my own experience because I made the same mistake. Alright, so before we start, I have to say, self-improvement is still very important. I wholeheartedly agree that you should strive to become better and improve yourself. But I think there's one very important distinction to make. And there's this trap that you can fall into that just wastes your time. Alright, so if you watched my stream around 2 weeks ago where I talked about the things that will actually make you happy in life, then you'll understand it better. But still, it's a very simple concept. Wherever you are right now in life, you have goals, you have aspirations that you have. You have to figure out what goals those actually are. What are the things that when you achieve them, they will make you happy, not be a flex of his. That all it really does is basically improve your vehicle to get there. So here we'll have two different cars. You know, let's say you don't work out, you eat poorly. What's going on, everyone? It's Davis here. Welcome back to another video. Today, we're going to talk about the reason why you and I overthink a lot, why you feel sad, why you think all these negative thoughts, and at the end, I'll give you first of all, who are thinkers, who like to analyze stuff, who like to focus in on details and figure out how things really work. Like, I'm someone who identifies with that. Like, I really like to get to the deeper meaning of things. I like to overanalyze stuff. I like to understand the rules of the game. And I think it's at the same time a gift and a curse, because it's a gift so that you can actually figure things out deeper than other people, and that's what will help you to apply things and do things that they haven't thought about. But I think most of the time it's actually not a gift, it's a curse, because what ends up happening is that you overthink and overanalyze everything. Like, I can't tell you how many times in my life I haven't taken action because I've overanalyzed a bit, like, oh, but this. Like, when you are someone who really thinks deeply about stuff, you also see like all the positive and negative. What's going on, everyone? It's Davis here. Welcome back to another video. Today we're going to talk about I'm addicted to gaming, but insert any addiction here, and I can't stop. I need help. I want you guys to start asking more questions and just put your problems in the comments. Don't be shy, because I guarantee you there are many people who are facing the exact same problems that you are. You are not that special. You're not like a unique little snowflake. Best way how you can fix them is to ask someone who has gone through them and fixed them. And obviously I haven't like fixed everything in my life. Like, don't ask me about how to make a lot of money. I'm still trying to figure that out myself. But especially about things self-improvement wise, ask it. I'll try my best. And this is a very good way for us to interact, because then I produce content that you guys actually want and need. And also, if you're a beginner, get my free training plan. It takes like 10 seconds to get it, guaranteed to bring results. Anyways, enough of the shilling. Let's get into the video. So, you are addicted to gaming. And we're going to use gaming in this example because that's what the guy asked about. But this is going to generally go for any addiction. First, we need to decide what addicted actually means. In my opinion, addicted means that the thing controls you, not you control the thing. And this goes for any addiction. It could be drugs, it could be fraud, it could be social media. If you're browsing social media for 5 hours a day, just to get that dopamine, well, I have right to you're addicted. You're not just like trying to have fun. You are addicted to social media. It could be gaming in this case, any addiction. Whenever you kill your desires and your wants in order to do the addicting thing, that's where you are addicted. Again, when the thing controls you, not you control the thing. First, you got to be really honest on yourself and just, take an introspective look and admit all the things that you're addicted to. I would guarantee most of you are addicted to social media. The irony, but you're posting on YouTube. Sure. You need to note down all the things that you're addicted to. Then, you need to understand that whatever you're addicted to, you are using it as a cope to escape your problems. And this is going to be true 100% of the time. In my life, it has been true 100% of the time. Whenever there is something that I'm addicted to, I am using that to forget about the problem that I'm trying to cope for. To, for a while, just feel good doing the addicting thing and not have to think about the problem, like just to push down the problem in my mind. Because as soon as I start thinking about a problem, well, then I have to do something about it. Or
what you know about rolling down? What you know about rolling down? What you
background, and you're looking at it right now. The worst. Oh, wait, what?
Okay. Metal.
Now it's totally manageable.
Symboli's so low too. Look at less than 10 HP. All the way around. There's no way Symboli's going to expect this. Maybe from tons. I don't think he's going to look over towards long though.
Well, you think you'd have to? I mean, after this much time has gone by, I don't know.
Oh,
He's definitely not expecting it.
Metal's got this one. Oh no! The longer he waits, I think the more Symboli might look. But nope. Metal.
Background, and you're looking at it right now. The worst. Oh, wait, what?
Okay. Metal.
Now it's totally manageable.
Symboli's so low too. Look at less than 10 HP. All the way around. There's no way Symboli's going to expect this. Maybe from tons. I don't think he's going to look over towards long though.
Well, you think you'd have to? I mean, after this much time has gone by, I don't know.
Oh,
He's definitely not expecting it.
Metal's got this one. Oh no! The longer he waits, I think the more Symboli might look.
Missing Ghost Rickshaw, this is just for this one. Wait. As in what, like 360 what that? Missing Ghost Rickshaw, this is just for this one. Wait. As in what, like 360 what that?
That story.
Сегодня ночью вспоминал его.
İyi stoned ya.
Not the worst, not obviously.
Please. Come on. Let's see how good Storm is.
I'm smoking away.
Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been defused.
Wait, what is that supply? Okay, remove the helmets.
Bomb has been planted. Not behave will probably try. Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been planted on me. Defusing a bomb. Fire in the hole!
Wala man. No, no.
Evolution wins.
Stormed. What happened to Critical Ops? What's the other guy's name? Critical Ops Stormed and oh Phoenix. Phoenix. I searched anyone.
Hello there. So, as you may know, I really love responding to comments, especially of the critical nature, because I am.
Go check IG again, bro. I know, but 그게 진짜 맞죠. 그 졸라 큰 돈. 이게 누구지? 안홍석 여친이니까. 이정아가 누구야? 아 미쳤다. 삼각이게 명분을 두는. 안홍석 같지.
My dad, you guys. Alright.
Alicia reviews.
very much usually thinking that people who are toxic or critical towards something do not have ill intention and instead just misunderstand something or whatever. I've just seen like the silhouette of the comment that is on your screen right now. It's like a big fucking thing, and I've not read through it, and I.
Most of your kills in master ranks are likely sourced from normal mid-round fights. The kills are the least important in the great scheme of things. The stats that matter and that are not visible in Seahawks because the devs know full well nobody understands them anyways are opening kills and clutch potential. Oh, and to make sure you are taken more serious in the future, use more emojis everywhere. Scientific papers and reports are usually full of them for the exact reason. He got roasted, bro. He got roasted hard. Oh, roasted. Oh, roasted.
Better to just turn the recording on while I do so. And yeah, let's go. please shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about this game. I seriously doubt you've been playing long enough to understand how the game was before 1.17, 1.18 when new model and remix pullout was changed. So, the videos on my YouTube channel alone date back to, I need to check. There are like more ones that are just not public. That's like the first one is public, which dates back to, late 2017. So that's, by definition, I think before the, wait, let me just double check. Yeah. Barely before it, yeah. So, I hate pointing this out in all videos because you really can't, I really can't prove this, but I'm probably at about 11 to 11.5k hours in COPS. If you add together playing time with doing stuff that is connected to playing the game as in. So, I hate pointing this out in all videos because you really can't, I really can't prove this, but I'm probably at about 11 to 11.5k hours in COPS. If you add together playing time with doing stuff that is connected to playing the game, as in doing stuff with strats, sitting in private lobbies, testing smoke lineups and shit. If you combine all of that, I'm probably at 11k hours from 2016 when the game released for Android to now with one small break in it when I played PUBG competitive. It wasn't a full break, it was just playing a lot less than usual. Whatever. Moving on. This update has changed how the game has been played. Instead of adding better improvements to the 1.32 system, they just changed the entire game and added things that will severely handicap the comp system. I don't know what the comp system is, but I'm just a new gen after all. None of these features will negatively impact the competitive scene. They will, in the sense that nobody of the current generation of comp players is competent enough, and none of the old generation that remain take the game serious enough to put the time and effort into learning the game with all these new adjustments made to it. That is not the fault of the game or the developers though. That's the fault of the fact that the entire comp scene is a fucking shitfest. Obviously, you never played comp or higher rank Elo, but as it is punishing on T side on competitive matches is really fast paced, the increased speed will just fuck CT over. So, ignoring the entire you've never played on a higher rank or competitive for like a tiny second, he's trying to say that in competitive, the game will become more T-sided based on the fact that it's becoming more fast-paced. No. Like, if this was going to happen with these changes, and if that was the intention of the devs, I'm giving them a fucking 10 out of 10, because they made a completely C-decided game, way too C-decided game, without changing anything about the actual core reasons as to why the game is C-decided, which is mainly the maps, and they changed something about aim assist, but nothing of movement speed nature will have an impact on that. It's just gonna be the same massively C-decided mess as before. Added to the fact that thanks to aim assist being less now, it will be even more difficult to kill people out of the way too overpowered head glitches that are basically everywhere on the maps now. Wait, what the fuck is it? Wait. I just tried to find where I stopped reading and... The increased speed will just fuck CT over as it is the only usable gun on T is Spectre. Oh, the only usable gun on T is Spectre while on CT you have the MP5 and the M4. No. There are like fucking 7 rifles in this game, bro. Like, how is the Vector the only usable gun on the series? Is this man playing Call of Duty? Hi, so before we can actually get into the topic itself, I need to address something in advance. The devs have had access to the script.
Check the goth girl. She's a goth
Script of the video that you are about to see since January of this year. A ton of the changes I am going to suggest here have already been made since then. Therefore, the purpose of this video has changed from advocating for changes to serving as an explanation for why the changes had to happen. This doesn't mean that the video itself has changed. 95% of what you're about to see is still the same video that it was initially meant to be. Now, enjoy. If you've closely followed the old generation of Pre-Collapse's player base, myself included, criticized the game, then the existence of aim assist and how powerful it is surely has been part of that long list of things that require change. But why is that? Firstly, how does aim assist work? For starters, if someone walks through your crosshair, aim assist will drag your crosshair along for a bit. How much that happens is determined by your distance to the target, the movement speed of the target, and obviously how high you set your aim assist in the settings to be. Something that should be considered is that aim assist gives a massive advantage to the CT side because of the way the game works. Counter-terrorists decide the place of contact with their own positioning.
I'm gonna watch new card gameplay after this. Super Magic Archer.
And terrorists decide the time of contact with when they peak.
Oh, this called. Oh, dude. Sounds doesn't show. Right. Maybe it's just dead clash. This one's a bit dark. Beam assist. Let's see. Yeah, I got fucking blocked again. Yeah. For same time. I gotta close. I gotta fucking clean up all the sweats in here. 어디 있어? 씨. 나 안경. 야, 안경. 배고파. 배고파. So,
And again, without games, knowing the type of contact gives you a significant advantage because you will definitely have the better reaction time and you can also pre-fire. Together with some server shithouses, we know this as the Peeker's advantage. In critical ops, with aim assist in the picture and being as powerful as it is, an almost aim lock-like assist definitely outweighs the benefits of slightly better reaction time. This is what I would call a reverse Peeker's advantage. We get to a point where they have place of contact with their own positioning, and terrorists decide the time of contact with when they peek. And again, aims per bit. How much that happens is determined by your distance to the target, the movement speed of the target, and obviously how high you set your aim assist settings to be. Something that should be considered is that aim assist gives a massive advantage to the CT side because of the way the game works. Counter-terrorists decide the place of contact with their own positioning, and terrorists decide the time of contact with when they peek. And again, without the aim assist, knowing the time of contact gives you a significant advantage because you will definitely have the better reaction time and you can also pre-fire. Together with some server shithouses, we know this as Peeker's advantage. In critical ops, with aim assist in the picture and being as powerful as it is, an almost aim lock-like assist definitely outweighs the benefits of slightly better reaction time. This is what I would call a reverse Peeker's advantage. We get to a point where even if the entire game was perfect, without maps shifting the balance and without server issues or any other inconsistencies, the game would already be C-decided by default simply because aim assist is there. And all of that for something that doesn't even really have a reason to be in the game in the first place. So why does aim assist even exist? It was developed to combat the difficulty of aiming on a joystick. On mouse and keyboard you use lots of muscles to aim across a big 2D plane. This is pretty easy to understand even for rather casual players, and there's no real assist needed. On console this is a whole different story. You use only a few muscle groups to aim with a joystick on the 3D semi-sphere. Finding a sensitivity that allows you to do both small and precise, but also big motions that preferably should still be fast, is almost impossible, and there's always a huge trade-off where comfort in one will negatively impact the consistency of the other. Using a controller for aiming can also be highly efficient, but it is not as straightforward and intuitive, and more casual and mainly younger players need to have some fun with the game in order to get the motivation to learn how to play the game properly and also to put their parents' money into it. The plan is that there will be a point at which aim assist will progressively make less and less of an impact to both small and precise players, and there's no real assist needed. On console this is a whole different story. You use only a few muscles to aim across a big 2D plane. This is pretty easy to understand even for rather casual players, and there's no real assist needed. On console this is a whole different story. You use only a few muscle groups to aim with a joystick on the 3D semi-sphere. Finding a sensitivity that allows you to do both small and precise, but also big motions that preferably should still be fast, is almost impossible, and there's always a huge trade-off where comfort in one will negatively impact the consistency of the other. Using a controller for aiming can also be highly efficient, but it is not as straightforward and intuitive, and more casual and mainly younger players need to have some fun with the game in order to get the motivation to learn how to play the game properly and also to put their parents' money into it. The plan is that there will be a point at which aim assist will progressively make less and less of an impact when players approach the skill cap. On a touchscreen, we sort of have a mix of mouse and joystick. We only use a small set of muscle groups with either our index finger or thumb, but we have a big 2D plane to use for aiming. The reason for why aim assist is required does not exist here, and you don't need much time to get used to aiming on a screen, or at least understanding the concept behind how it works. The main issue with critical ops aim assist, though, isn't that it exists, but how strong it is. It is so strong, in fact, that it defeats the purpose of an assist. As I said, it is meant to show players that the game can be fun, so that they will feel like investing the time into learning it, just for it to eventually become obsolete as the players become better and better. The major issue in critical ops case is that this point does not exist, but we will get to that. In short, what you need to know for now is the following. For most well-made games, not just on PC but also on mobile, it is expected that players eventually turn off the assists that are offered to them once they reach a certain level of skill, because most of those assists are known and for balancing reasons supposed to hold the player back from getting anywhere near a high level of gameplay. You might rightfully be asking that most of those assists are known and for balancing reasons supposed to hold the player back from getting anywhere near a high level of gameplay. You might rightfully be asking now, but is this balancing act between an assist that is barely doing anything and an assist that is completely overpowered even possible? And as just hinted, the easy response would be yes. In the Formula One games, for example, this is the case. This game series is equivalent to aim assist, traction control, and an entire page of other driving assists. All of those follow a similar pattern. They are pretty useful in itself, but make it impossible to use certain techniques that form the gap between decent driver and a good driver. As an example, the traction control itself pretty much prevents you from doing things that would lead to you spinning or creating too much under or oversteer. So you have no idea what that means, doesn't matter. Just know that you're meant to steer like this and not like this. But actually, in many situations, forcing your car to under or oversteer can be faster than normal smooth steering, and if used right, those rather harsh and quick inputs are also instrumental for combating a spin, for instance. Another, probably easier to understand example would be the difference between automatic and manual shifting. Automatic shifting can obviously keep you focused on all the other aspects of driving and will be hugely beneficial if you don't know the tracks and have no idea when to shift, but it is generally far from hitting the optimal timing on shifts and prevents you from utilizing short shifting, for example, which may help you not just spin into a barrier during rain and which also saves fuel if you use it right. This guy, for example, came to the conclusion that, depending on the track, you may be at least 4 to 5 seconds per lap slower with all assists on. He tested this on one of the shorter tracks in the calendar, so on bigger circuits that difference is obviously going to be even more severe. This means the driving assists follow the perfect guidelines for an assist. They help newer players to find enjoyment in the game, allow for them to learn things step by step by making it possible to be helped in one part of gameplay while being fully on your own in the others, and in the bigger picture, a player using the assists will never be able to touch a player that is not using them. Now, what the f has that to do with Critical Ops? Well, in other games, things indicated to help newer players will prevent them from going anywhere near their maximum potential. In Critical Ops, the only way to get anywhere near your maximum potential is to alter your entire playstyle to where you are helping the assist do its job, not the other way around. This obviously negatively impacts the comp scene, which we'll get to in just a second, but aim assist is mainly meant to be useful for casual players, so it surely does not negatively impact the casual scene, right? Little throwback to when I started out playing shooters on mobile. I was exactly the type of player that aim assist is meant to help, and some of the games I played back then also had aim assist. Eventually, this came out, and you suddenly were considered shit for using aim assist.
A lot of people will tweet at me and say, Joker, do you use aim assist? And I reply like, bruh, of course not. But deep inside, like, of course I do. And I want to reply to them, but I don't. And this is all going in my head. And I'm thinking, am I ever going to tell people that I use aim assist?
So, afraid that someone would kill my family if I was to keep using it, I turned it off. This then makes you really shit at the game, but you as a player want to see positive development, not the opposite. This means your mind will trick you into thinking that this learning process required to reach your goal will be worth it. Ever wondered why so many games give you this insanely overpowered character for the tutorial? Well, this is why. So, how does that entire situation look now in COPS? If you start playing the game, you will be pretty good at getting kills as soon as your monkey brain discovers the link between waiting for someone to walk into your aim assist and getting kills. Already being good at something you just started out doing and seeing someone else do even worse than you will trick your mind into thinking that you are like naturally gifted or some shit. We know this as part of the Dunning-Kruger effect, which just about the entire community should be able to identify with. This does not just build toxicity and false expectations, but it also prevents you from ever getting into the situation of being bad and starting at the bottom of that healthy learning curve. And In case you question if there's always someone playing worse than you, consider that there have been awful players in the game in 2016 when the game was subjectively a lot harder to play compared to now, but there are still awful players now, despite the overpowered aim assist, highly simplified mechanics, and the map design so suggestive of what is a sensible thing to do that you would almost need to be part of a different species to not understand how to hold a bomb site. Speaking of awful players, little interesting tidbit. When I first properly got into the game, a friend of mine was kind of chilling with this dude sometimes, and he kind of liked me for some reason, which then got me on the server where all your Germans were chilling and playing English and stuff. All your Angels, Exos, Cheesemans, and literally everyone else that was somewhat known in the German and European comp scene. And I was getting destroyed there, right? I had just got an iPad and I was off. You only know the current me, and you would assume that this is where the trend of me complaining about everything started, but you would be mistaken. I was bottom threading every inter and every rank, and I was always getting picked last. And this may seem weird, but this was demoralizing and motivating at the same time, because all of the stuff that I now can blame things on just didn't exist back then, and every single death just showed me how much I still have to learn. And this is what new players should experience. The moment of deciding between either quitting or getting good serving as a kind of natural selection. This doesn't happen anymore. What you will experience now is that no matter how bad you are as a player, you will get a few kills here and there, and you will be able to blame the rest on literally anything that comes to mind. I mean, I understand the game and rarely misunderstand in-game stuff, and I find enough excuses for literally anything. People who think that FPS increased weapon damage or some shit will fucking drown an excuse to choose from, and you can't even blame them. The line between your own misplays and instances where the game breaks or some other shit that is fully out of your control gets you killed is blurred so much that even if you know what you're doing, you will often not understand how to improve on some things. If this is the norm, how are new players meant to get good by healthy learning? They won't be able to, and so the only way in which they can improve will be to take shortcuts, but we will get to that. The way in which Critical 4 is that generally everyone who makes aim assist a part of the game expects the curve to go is that the new player uses aim assist until he sees the need to improve beyond it, at which point he will turn it off. Following this logic, the impact of aim assist on the combined scene, especially in the top-heavy subcategories of ranked and competitive, will be minimal. This is how it goes with the previously mentioned F1 assists. Let me ask you a question though. If a player does just fine with using aim assist and never gets to experience the weaknesses of aim assist, how should he ever feel the need to improve beyond it and turn it off? In other words, if the aim assist is strong enough to give you decent performance on its own, why turn it off then? Why not stick to a consistent script playing for you instead of relying on your own skill that you need to spend time to develop first? But we'll get to that. But now let's get a bit more technical. We have kind of pointed out how aim assist hurts the development of casual players and prevents them from ever becoming more than, well, casual players, but let's just prove it real quick. As previously mentioned, the issue with aim assist is not that it exists, but how powerful it is and how it puts everyone on a similar level in terms of aiming skill. The issue with that is that we get into a very special position in terms of gameplay. Currently, nothing that is going wrong with the gameplay is on its own causing any problems. Sure, reworking running accuracy, adding a cooldown to it, or making the recoil patterns harder will do something, but none of those things is the gameplay is on its own causing any problems. Sure, reworking running accuracy, adding a cooldown to it, or making the recoil patterns harder will do something, but none of those things is exclusively responsible for anything. The issue is that the entire gameplay of Critical Ops, from the gun damage to the recoil and pretty much everything else, is somewhat similar to how the game was when it first came out. If anything, weapons are more accurate and dealing more damage now. Back then, the game was intended to be a PC game in Facebook Game Room. On PC, the game obviously did not feature aim assist, and the only reason why it was ever added was for NVIDIA Shield and mobile players to be able to compete with PC aim in cross-platform lobbies. Once the PC version was discontinued, there was no need for aim assist to be a part of the game anymore. This means the entire game is made to be well balanced on the average PC accuracy, which is around 20%. This site puts the average accuracy between their 170,000 site members on 21%, for example. Exceptional players on PC can get to something like 38%, like Robs, for example. This means exceptional players can almost double the average by simply investing more time into developing their own mechanical and mental skill. As we have seen in my first video, Nemesis, even bad players in Critical Ops can easily top these 20% and get closer to into developing their own mechanical and mental skill. As we have seen in my first video, Nemesis, even bad players in Critical Ops can easily top these 20% and get closer to Robs than they can get to the average. I shouldn't have to explain to you that this is a massive issue. As previously mentioned, the difficulty of being good at a shooting is not to do, for example, flicking, spray control, and crosshair placement on its own, but to do all of them together. Without aim assist, someone walking around this corner would force me to react, trace the guy with my thumb, maybe crouch with my left index. If so, adjust with the height difference from crouching, spray control, and while doing all of that, predict the guy's movement. Is he going to stop moving? Will he crouch? And depending on what I see, I need to react differently. Do I need to flick down to compensate for him crouching? Do I need to stop tracing to a side and instead center and focus on my spray control? With aim assist in place, all I need to do is to stop moving and hold my shoot button down. This is far less complex, and despite making the game boring for them, is probably amazing for casual players. But this should not be all you need to do to play a game at a high level. But what all of this also does is to force you to play in one strict pattern. No matter where you are, aim at the corner and you're golden. If you feel the urge to aim yourself while aim assist is there, you're in big trouble. It is a system that has been unchanged for years. How is it going to react? Imagine someone is walking across your screen and you're tracing him with your crosshair. At what point will aim assist start or stop engaging? Will it not do anything and force you to aim yourself for once? Or best of all, will it do something at the beginning and then just randomly refuse halfway through the gunfight? What if that are questions that don't have an existing answer, and that shifts the blame for a bad played game away from the player, where said player could practice and improve on it, but shifted towards the game itself that none of the players can directly influence, and that won't always screw you, but definitely a few times a day? What if you play perfectly for one of the two scenarios, but the second one happens? What if you get the one result that screws you 10 times a game, while a worse player only gets screwed twice and wins based on that? How does matchmaking and ranked compensate for that? Can it even compensate for that? All questions we would not need to ask if aim assist only was a thing in the sub-community of the game that it is made for. But is it even a good tool to support these starting players? I would personally disagree, because one of the major flaws it has is that it forces players to play after one certain schematic, which is not even the best or most consistent way of playing. It's just the one that works best with aim assist. So instead of holding their hand, aim assist in COPS prevents players from learning and actually encourages them to build false habits, especially considering that the game itself features situations where there is no aim assist. I think it is pretty weird to have even the best players of your game turn to complete bots as soon as there's a smoke grenade near them. The entire way in which aim assist forces you to play for looks and not for results. Without aim assist, the most important thing is to be accurate. The speed at which you opt to build false habits, especially considering that the game itself features situations where there is no aim assist. I think it is pretty weird to have even the best players of your game turn to complete bots as soon as there's a smoke grenade near them. The entire way in which aim assist forces you to play for looks and not for results. Instead of holding their hand, aim assist in COPS prevents players from learning and actually encourages them to build false habits, especially considering that the game itself features situations where there is no aim assist. I think it is pretty weird to have even the best players of your game turn to complete bots as soon as there's a smoke grenade near them. The entire way in which aim assist forces you to play for looks and not for results. Without aim assist, the most important thing is to be accurate. The speed at which you flick is only secondary to you actually hitting the shot. With aim assist, a fast flick somewhere in the ballpark of your target will lead to aim assist probably catching you and pretty much doing everything else. Many other techniques that are instrumental for good aim in other games are fully replaced by aim assist, which takes away a lot of the aspects that normally make up a good aimer. This in turn simplifies the game with already little to learn even more, which increases the impact that smaller inconsistencies and minor advantages by device or frame rate actually end up having on someone's success. Hi, this is Editing Phoenix, currently very much enjoying his job. I did not really know what to put here as a visual, because it would be really convenient to have data to back up what I just said. So I made you something. I wanted a control group that both you can double check and that I can cherry pick from. And Raw Network has this interview channel you may know, and I simply searched device in there. So I literally don't even know half of those people, but this is the outcome. I don't think that anyone here is surprised now, so yeah, moving on. Critical Ops is a skill-based competitive game after all, right? So Amos's surely can make competitive go to shit too, can it? So before actually explaining anything further, another little story time, because I'm certain that this question will come. Amos has been fighting for so long and nobody has complained about it until relatively recently, so there can't be anything wrong with it, it's just people trying to find excuses. So aside from the fact that there have been outcries from the competitive community since 2017 begging the old devs to nerf Amos's, this is exactly what old devs responded with. The old competitive scene in 2016-2017 consisted of two groups of players. Group 1, people who played Critical Force's former game or any other mobile game at a high level and were somewhat involved with how the genre worked and just got into Critical Ops because it was the hot shit back then. And Group 2, people who initially wanted to play CSGO but couldn't because the PC was shit and who later transitioned to mobile gaming out of the love for Critical Ops once the CIPS PC version was discontinued. So both of these groups likely somewhat knew their way around CSGO, and so it was a no-brainer to be influenced by CSGO's playstyle. CSGO obviously does not feature aim assist, and therefore the playstyle also does not revolve around it. Later towards 2017, early 2018, aim assist was now commonly accepted, but people stuck to their style of play, and new players usually were influenced by the people already at the top, their playstyle and the content they created, so aim assist still wasn't really an issue. Back to 2016. Playing in the budget CSGO type way worked pretty well, and so the first comp team, some of the most dominant ones in the game's history, formed. This then kind of got bigger and bigger until a few updates around late 2017 marked the first huge crisis in terms of the comp scene being actually pretty pissed at some of the creative decisions from the old dev team. This then kept getting worse and worse until eventually PUBG Mobile was released, and a big chunk of the NA, and most notably the EU scene, quit Critical Ops in an instant because they grew tired of putting time into a game that was not paying them back. Back to 2016. Playing in a budget CSGO type way worked pretty well, and so the first comp team, some of the most dominant ones in the game's history, formed. This then kind of got bigger and bigger until a few updates around late 2017 marked the first huge crisis in terms of the comp scene being actually pretty pissed at some of the creative decisions from the old dev team. This then kept getting worse and worse until eventually PUBG Mobile was released, and a big chunk of the NA, and most notably the EU scene, quit Critical Ops in an instant because they grew tired of putting time into a game that was not paying them back, neither financially or in terms of enjoyment, and the people behind not even listening to their advice didn't make things better either. This meant that the iconic teams who did not want to disband right away needed new players. Previously, it was the norm that most of the biggest content creators were also the best players because people wanted to watch them play and get some inspiration for their own gameplay out of it. Those big creators then left or got really inactive, and so a lot of knowledge that previously would have been passed on to the newer generation just got lost. This newer generation was now wanted and needed by many teams, and many players who weren't ready yet were forced to perform on the highest possible level, and they were getting destroyed at first. So they were forced to improve quick. They didn't have the time to spend a few hundreds of hours or a few thousand of hours on searching smoke lineups or getting better game sense. They needed major improvement right away, and so they explored some of the things that nobody really had looked into before. After some really weird shit happening in scrims at the time, eventually they started looking into aim assist, and suddenly they were destroying most of the old players. But why did this happen? The things that nobody really had looked into before. After some really weird shit happening in scrims at the time, eventually they started looking into aim assist, and suddenly they were destroying most of the old players. But why did this happen? Well, I mentioned before that aim assist is CT-sided. This works in a way where as long as you can predict and therefore pre-aim an enemy, why did this happen? Well, I mentioned before that aim assist is CT-sided. This works in a way where as long as you can predict and therefore pre-aim an enemy, you both will be having aim assist. If that enemy uses an unexpected angle, no matter if out of stupidity or intentional, they will still be having aim assist as soon as you peek, but you won't have aim assist on them because you need to flick onto them first. Back then, this issue did not exist because everyone capable of playing at a high level was sort of used to the same playstyle. Not meaning everyone was forced to play it the same way, but saying that everyone had an understanding of what angles were the most sensible to use based on risk versus reward. This is how people play in CSGO, and top-level COPS players try to emulate this as well as that is possible with the resources the game gives you. Everyone coming up looked at the guys already at the top and also adapted a similar playstyle. Eventually, when the old bits, if that enemy uses an unexpected angle, no matter if out of stupidity or intentional, they will still be having aim assists as soon as you peek, but you won't have aim assists on them because you need to flick onto them first. Back then, this issue did not exist because everyone capable of playing at a high level was sort of used to the same playstyle. Why did this happen? Well, I mentioned before that aim assist is CT-sided. This works in a way where as long as you can predict and therefore pre-aim an enemy, you both will be having aim assist. If that enemy uses an unexpected angle, no matter if out of stupidity or intentional, they will still be having aim assist as soon as you peek, but you won't have aim assists on them because you need to flick onto them first. Back then, this issue did not exist because everyone capable of playing at a high level was sort of used to the same playstyle. Not meaning everyone was forced to play it the same way, but saying that everyone had an understanding of what angles were the most sensible to use based on risk versus reward. This is how people play in CSGO, and top-level COPS players try to emulate this as well as that is possible with the resources the game gives you. Everyone coming up looked at the guys already at the top and also adapted a similar playstyle. Eventually, when the old guys left, the dudes that needed to step up played in a whole different style, and because content evolved from time-consuming good content to mindless clip hunting, there was no way for newer players to learn this old style of play. This meant old players played one way, new players played another. New players slowly got to understand the old style of play and learn to predict it, but wouldn't use it themselves because they knew that it would make them worse. Old players could not adapt because the newer style of play lacks any conventional patterns that, as a calm player, you teach yourself to look out for in order to predict them better. Old comp players then slowly got more and more pissed at losing to players who were nowhere near as good as them on paper.
Jay and Kendrick not get it. And I felt like one of them should have got it. I felt like Joyner Lucas should have won a Grammy. Every year we went, it was, I would be up for album of the year, and then the winner is Norah Jones. Who? I'm fine if I lose to fucking Kanye or someone that I'm like, okay, I respect that. I know who that is, and Kanye has a huge following. He's made a massive impact on music. Fine, I'm good with that.
Players then slowly got more and more pissed at losing to players who were nowhere near as good as them on paper, so they asked the devs about fixing aim assists for one last time. The devs back then did not give much of a shit, and so only a handful of old players remained. But I can see an argument coming from your end. Well, maybe these players were simply not good enough to play a game at a high level and did not have the dedication to adjust to minor changes in meta or gameplay. This is wrong, and for the longest time I was looking for a way to prove it. And I thought, well, I can't just talk about myself here. So I made a list of former and current COPS comp players and what they did after they left or while they took breaks from COPS. These are the ones from the top of my head and mostly from you because that is the scene that I'm most involved with. So just to quickly summarize this point again. These players saw change in the game they were already really fucking good at, and instead of adapting to this seemingly minor change in gameplay, they threw everything away and played a new game instead. The changes in gameplay in COPS at the time literally made COPS a new and arguably worse game, and for a ton of players it just lost the appeal that it previously had. Oh, and another thing I find really funny, pretty worse game, and for a ton of players it just lost the appeal that it previously had. another thing I find really funny, pretty much all of these guys were iPad players in COPS. Basically, all of these people did. Therefore, preferred to play a game they barely knew on a phone versus continuing to play Critical Ops, a game they were already pretty good at, on their iPads. And take from someone that is currently struggling to switch from a 9.7-inch iPad to a 13-inch iPad, this is a ton of pain to go through, and basically anyone I know would avoid switching devices at all costs. And this is where we are now, story time over. Now, how exactly does AimAssist hurt the comms on a technical level? Well, so firstly, the exact same thing that is the case for casual players is now also the case for the comms team. People build an ego over nothing, get unnecessarily toxic, and never see the need to improve. But it goes a lot deeper for comms. Given the history of how AimAssist was used, you can probably tell how much the skill-based aspect of the game has suffered. Back then, people on different devices than iPad Pros would perform on the highest possible level, and the 60 FPS iPads were the norm, not the exception. AimAssist is involved in that development. People on different devices than iPad Pros would perform on the highest possible level, and the 60 FPS iPads were the norm, not the exception. AimAssist is involved in that development because, thanks to AimAssist, the skill level that you have on entry is already pretty high. I mean, if you split up aiming into its four most basic parts, then AimAssist has fully replaced two of them, made one significantly easier, more consistent. And the fourth can pretty much be disregarded because of how little impact it has in CS. Fun fact, those four things are also what makes up aiming in CSGO and all other PC games. What makes them perfect is that it is not too difficult to become good at all of them separated, but what makes the difference between good players and the best of the best is the ability to do all of them at the same time, especially when playing in front of a huge crowd or for a potentially life-changing amount of money. Let's draw the circle here and split it up into four equal parts. All of those make up aiming: flicking, tracking, crosshair placement, and spray control. Now, the good thing about that is, if you're less good at one of those, being particularly good at any of the others can compensate for that if you adjust your playstyle accordingly. This is also why it's a shit idea to force the same playstyle upon your entire community. There are obviously some other aspects to it, and I would make that look like this. We have everything that you can learn within the game, and in any good game, that probably gets you like 90% of the way there. Everything beyond that is just the really situational stuff, from our beloved timing to all of the random inconsistencies all games have. Now, imagine a game gives less resources to the player, maybe maps are really simple or there's an aim assist, that will obviously take something away from your 90%. These are then filled in by stuff that we actually don't really want having a major impact. That is issue number one. Issue number two is how much of the stuff you need in order to be at what level in the community. In a good game, you're probably going to need your full 90% in order to make it in competitive. Then maybe 80% to play at a high level in ranked, and going down from there step by step. But what if, right, aiming goes away because there's an aim assist? Maps are simpler, so a bit of the map awareness and positioning goes away. We might be down to 85 or 80% just like that. The question is, what does now separate the players that previously were at the full 90% and are now at 80 because the game got easier, with the people that always were on 80? And you see the list of things that we have on the side here. Ask yourself, what of these have you ever significantly used while playing COPS ranked? Used to a point where you said, oh my god, I just won this game because of skill XYZ. For me personally, very few things. So let's go for a better, more conservative estimate. We have 30% of the most rudimentary and fundamental gameplay rules left. Everything else has been replaced by simple noob-friendly mechanics, partially luck-based elements sprinkled into skill-based aspects of gameplay, or players being given training wheels. What does now separate the guys who had 90, 80, 70, 60% from the guys that always were on 30? And I'm not kidding. Let's just say that again in a slightly less broad way. If aim assist gets you like 80 or 90% of the way to a good aimer, that vastly increases the amount of people that qualify as a good aimer. Aiming still being the most important skill to have in a shooter, at least outside of competitive. Meaning, a player that can be good at aiming can now be shit at everything else and still be good at aiming. This means more and more players who are good at aiming but shit at everything else will rank up higher and higher to a point where you can take nothing for granted in the game sense department anymore. In a CSGO type environment, angles are evaluated based on risk versus reward. In that case, consistency is key. So an angle where you can get a guaranteed kill once every 1.5 rounds is definitely superior and more likely to be frequented by someone who is good at the game over an angle that gives you 4 kills like once a game at best. Based on this simple rule, the IGLs of teams craft protocols that are basically a long flow chart that gets more and more complex the longer the round goes on. Inside those protocols, you obviously also evaluate what angles are more likely to be used by the players of the enemy team specifically. Based on that, you adjust your existing strats and where smokes go, where pop flashes go, in what order, and by who certain angles are cleared, and so on and so forth. If one of the enemies is simply an idiot and permanently does things that make no sense, hundreds or thousands of hours of premeditation have a close to non-existent chance of working. I may explain this deeper on another occasion, but please don't confuse stupidity with skillfully playing unexpected. What we are speaking of here is stupidity, which is common and acceptable if you are new to a game and have no idea what the fuck you're doing. But you clearly don't belong into any sort of ranked game in that condition. But in COPS you will certainly be there because the game keeps telling you that you're doing good and that you're the best because it keeps giving you a fuck ton of free kills, aka dopamine. GameSense stops working if literally everything but GameSense is every player's God-given right by default, which mixes logically thinking individuals with people who shove their phone into the microwave to make it charge faster. This means the fact that aim assist is as strong as it is has just made the two biggest aspects of competitive shooters completely trivial. Whether you are good at aiming or not does not matter as much anymore because you have this divine creature known as aim assist carrying you, and because of that, GameSense stops working as well. This is bad because all of that makes it statistically less worth it to put time and effort into learning these things. Long story short, at the current point of COPS' meta, there is nothing in the game that would be worth putting time and effort in, like it was the case back then, because the advantage gained by them can either easily be countered by stupidity, is highly inconsistent, or the difference they make is in no way worth the time that it would require to do those things. This in turn boosts all the inconsistencies in the game to a highly impacting level. If you don't understand why that is, let me just give you a short example. Bugs exist in CSGO. Obviously. So if they happen in like a Gold Nova match, they will have a relatively small overall impact because if one of the two teams deserves to be higher than Gold Nova by a significant margin, then this team will be able to win against the other, even if it was to lose like 1 or 2 rounds to a bug. This is because there is so much you can improve on, both mentally and mechanically, when you are in Gold Nova. This means big difference in skill, little impact of bugs. In other words, the further you are away from the skill ceiling of the game, the less likely you are to lose just based on something out of your control. In turn, if a bug impacts a match in a tournament game, then this can have a major impact on the game. Given the right, or in this case rather wrong circumstances, this can change the winner of a map, the game, or even the whole tournament. So small difference in skill equals big impact of bugs. In other words, the closer you are to the skill ceiling of the game, the more likely you are to lose just based on something out of your control. Now, replace the word bugs with any inconsistency or unwanted impact that you could think of. Now, guess what? The feature intended to make the game better for casuals not only makes it worse for casuals, but makes it unplayable for a comp scene as well, because it artificially lowers the maximum skill level and makes it easier for everyone to get near it. This, in turn, makes things such as all the just mentioned inconsistencies become an issue for competitive, ranked, and the game in general, while the reason for their involvement, being aim assist, is giving no benefits to the game in any way, shape, or form. And in case you were about to say, but there's a big difference in skill in critical ops, let me compare that real quick. COPS does not have anything separating Spec Ops to Elite Ops ranked with high-level competitive gameplay. I think we can mostly agree on that. The game is largely based on aim, and all of the people that play on these levels are somewhat equal in that department, mainly because of aim assist, I would say. Let's compare that to CSGO, where things go a lot deeper than raw aim. Global Elite, the highest matchmaking ranking, is galaxies better than people on a low matchmaking rank. Same as in COPS, you would say. But Global is only somewhat equivalent to FACEIT 4 or 5. So FACEIT level 10 is significantly better than FACEIT level 4 or 5, and therefore significantly better than Global Elite. Beyond FACEIT 10, you get towards organized semi-pro and pro teams. Literally every semi-pro team would destroy any random 5-stack of FACEIT players simply because a team that is thrown together for one match may be able to equal an organized team in mechanical skill, but they lack the synergy and strats to consistently give themselves the opportunity to shine with said mechanical skill. People who play on a semi-pro level in CS usually do that on the side, and then you have another step. People who are pro players and practically contracted to an org and having CSGO as their main occupation and source of income. I probably don't need to explain to you that someone who gets up, plays CSGO for 15 hours to then go back to sleep will be able to practice more efficiently and play better than someone who gets home from his 9-to-5 job or school to play some CSGO with his mates. And from that lower pro level, there are galaxies to the 24 teams that get invited to Pro League, Blast Pro, majors, and so on. And even those pro teams regularly get destroyed by the best of the best. So between a player like Simple or Zaibu and your average global elite dude, it's not just galaxies, it's a fucking super cluster in between. Meanwhile, in COPS, I would say a top-level player like Noxic may be like 5 to 10% better than most of the Ops players. This is significant within the realm of COPS, but a joke compared to any other competitive game. Something I wanted to mention here is that you can see Critical Ops' skill ceiling right here, but CSGO's is nowhere to be seen. That is because it does not properly exist. The limiting factor in CS is not the game itself, it's the time that a player will have before they get too old to compete. And if you were to say, but there's no way it can take someone that long to get good at a game. In COPS and most other mobile games, no, but elsewhere that is certainly a possibility. And that is because nobody innovates in COPS. Everyone just kind of has been doing the same thing over and over again. And yes, I will certainly simplify what's about to come up by a lot. CSGO started off with Source and 1.6 players being on top because the games were quite similar, which gave them quite the head start. Very early on, people saw NIP win 87 LAN maps in a row and thought, well, they're the best because the games quite similar, which gave them quite the head start. Very early on, people saw NIP win 87 LAN maps in a row and thought, well, they're the best, there's no way to really beat that. Then people figured, yo, the AWP is kind of nuts in this game. 2014, JW started carrying Fnatic to new heights, and a certain Kenny S slowly turned to French CSs to start. Then 2015, AWP got nerfed to Oblivion, which didn't seem to do that much at first. Then 2016, kinda all went to Brazil for some reason. 2017 was a bit of everything until NA somehow won a major. Then in early 2018, Astralis popped up and just felt like revolutionizing how nades were used in this game. Then the Astralis dominance happened until the pandemic started. No, seriously, look at this. What the fuck? Astralis went into the pandemic break undisputed. Then first Zipnex went on a break, which sent the whole team into a bit of a spiral. Then Device left 50% for NIP and 50% for Burnout. And during the pandemic, Na'Vi turned God mode. Vitality found out that Zaibu is a god, and that brings us to present day with a 50-50 Vitality and Astralis roster. Old reliable Na'Vi with a few roster changes due to a fucking war that happened since I last uploaded a proper video. An international super team, a team of 2 cousins, a prodigy, and a bunch of roster changes. That's kind of the state of CSGO right now. So, what I was saying was, we went from an era of ultimate team play to an era of ultimate AWP carries to an era of ultimate utility usage to an era of pretty much a mix of them. So what I was saying was, we went from an era of ultimate team play to an era of ultimate AWP carries to an era of ultimate utility usage to an era of pretty much a mix of all of the above. Are we at a destination? No idea, probably not, because every time we thought so before we burned. But unfortunately, in COPS, nobody even desires to innovate or try to get closer to the destination to begin with. Everyone just kind of does the same boring shit from 4 years ago, and nobody cares about anything but individual skill, which, as we've just mentioned, is kind of silly. Meanwhile, in CSGO, the closer we get to Zaibu, the less important is individual skill. Everyone on that level, or anywhere near it, is a fucking beast at aiming, and everything. The less important is individual skill. someone on that level or anywhere near it is a fucking beast at aiming, and everything else is somewhat tied to mechanical skill. What is important is the consistency at which you can perform at that level. And this consistency is determined by how well your team is able to give you the chance to shine with said skill. In Critical Ops, you can skip this whole process of team play by sitting in a corner and waiting for players to walk into your crosshair, just that this is not showing how skilled you are, but how well you can abuse the assist given to you with the premise of getting to know the game. Sure, a very well-coordinated team can beat that, but we don't have that in COPS. Sure, current teams practice too, but with like 5 roster changes a month, you're not getting to this level. It is simply not possible. So instead of talking about how well our team can pop flankers into a peak, this whole community jerks off over who's the best at having other people walk into their crosshair, and people get an ego over this shit. And having just compared the skill levels of different ranks in CSGO, let's get back to COPS. Here I'm confident to say, Elite Ops and Bronze players have 2 things that separate them: speed and consistency. And if you paid attention earlier, you see 2 issues with that. Anything that is somewhat tied to speed is in some way, shape, or form tied to reaction time, and alongside that to frame rate, which in COPS, due to the lack of skill-based elements in the meta, can hardly be compensated for. And in terms of consistency, do you know what is also pretty damn consistent? A fucking line of code that plays for you. Also, more frame rate and a better device in general will make your user input more accurate and therefore make you more consistent as well. This means there is a skill ceiling. It is pretty low because the meta lacks skill-based elements, and generally the game hands a lot to players for free. Every player will hit this skill ceiling within the first few months of playing the game. The only way to exceed this level by a few percent is to buy a better device and therefore give yourself the tools to increase your speed and consistency to slightly above average.
Ooh, that's kind of small.
So just like basically the entire rest of this video, I wrote what you're about to hear in January or something. So please just focus on the screen, as there will be a lot going on there now. I will be noting which of the things I'm mentioning here have already been addressed, as well as how and in what update. Also, thank you so much for listening to this for like 40 minutes now.
This is a good video.
We got a brand new Clash Royale season for brand new emotes, brand new tower skin, a new arena, a ton of benches, also a new card and a special challenge. The new season Love of Magic starts at the 6th of February, goes 1 month as you usually see. The season name will be, as I said, Love of Magic, all in the mode, or in all the mood for the Volunteer Stadium. Will also be a challenge for that. The arena is the Prince Dream, and as you guys can see in the background, it's kind of similar one I think we already got in 2020. Yeah, really colorful. I know if you guys enjoy this, I think some of you guys will enjoy it, some of you guys don't know. And in the passware on the free side, you will get a rare book of books, which is really, really cool. So guys, we got also 2 new tower skins as usually. One out of the past round, which will be this one, and also in-game purchase will be available with this Magic Archer tower skin. So guys, there are also a ton of new emotes this season, which I personally like a lot. So this is one of the better themes, of course. For the first one is going to be the Golem Hunter 2 will be available in the in-game purchase. Then the Golem Civilian will be available in the Path of Legends. I think you guys can also see that here, hopefully. Here, as you guys can see, in the Master 4, which is really, really cool. Then the Golden Walker. Oh, actually, I think this is the Golden Walker, right? So this is like different. So this is kind of emote which you're getting off the Pass Royale. And the Golden Walker here, you're going to get also an in-game purchase Magic Archer Bow. Which is this one. You will be able, with the Super Magic Archer Casual Chant, which you also want to see later, then the Magic Archer with the Heart, you will also be able, with the Super Magic Archer Chant for the casual mode, then the Sparky Electro Heart, which is also really, really cool. And then in the Sparky Chant, then you're also going to see the Sparky Love Box you will be able to get out of the Pass Royale. Actually, you're not able to see the free boosted cards in the Death Bolt right now, but there will be 3 boosted cards this season: Magic Archer, the Golem, and the Sparky. Now guys, let's take a look at all the global tournaments and special changes through February, and I can tell you guys it's absolutely amazing. We got, first of all, the double draft 2v2 from February 6th to February 12th, which is pretty simply explained. You can also see the rewards there. Then we got the World Tournament in the Mega Draft mode. People actually love the Mega Draft mode. I don't know what you guys think about that. I think it's absolutely crazy. Also, What the heck? Please be quiet. My alarm was going on. Then the Super Magic Archer which is going to be February 13th to February 19th, which I'm also going to show you soon at the end of the video of the ball change, which is really, really cool. Super Magic Archer Super 2 and split up into challenges, February 13th to February 19th. And the nice thing is you get Nick Hash emote. So if you're not a really great player, you will be able to really get this emote anyway, because you cannot lose. And then for the better players, I would say, in the Super Magic Art Challenge, you can lose actually with 10 wins. You also get another emote, but for sure, also make sure to subscribe, because I will give you guys the best deck for this challenge. Next up, we got the Mirror Challenge, February 20 to 26. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty solid challenge. I feel like I'm not really too happy with the rewards currently. I don't really like this battle banner, so it's pretty bad in my opinion. At the end of the month, not you first of all get the Royal Tournament, the normal Royal Tournament. The second one is the special mode, but this time, the second one is going to be the standard normal Royal Tournament, February 25th to March 1st, and then Capture the Sparky, February 20th. It's going to be February 20th, in your opinion. But I mean, you guys have already my opinion on the monk thing. Head speed 0.1% faster, 0.1 second faster. It's still a 65 backer first hit speed buff, 30% faster. Archer's hit speed 0.2 seconds faster. Goblin Giant still faster attack speed, while in Giant's backpack, in your opinion. But I mean, you guys have already my opinion on the monk thing. Head speed 0.1% faster, 0.1 second faster. It's still a 65 backer first hit speed buff, 30% faster. Archer's hit speed 0.2 seconds faster. Goblin Giant still faster attack speed, while in Giant's backpack 12% faster. Then we got the Knight HP plus 3%. It's actually quite a ton. Then we got the Tower damage nerf with the Rocket 17%. The Phoenix, Reborn Phoenix is 80% of HP and damage. So yeah, the Reborn Phoenix is not 1% the same as the old one. It's just 80%. So a bit weaker, but I still think it really outshines the Mega Man in most of the decks. And then we got the Lord! No, what did you do? It's your fault. You're always asking for a lock nerf. That's why Subasa did it. I'm gonna unsubscribe you. Oh no, I apologize. Like, I actually didn't mention the lock this time. I'm honest, guys. I'm really, really honest. This is what I have to say for my defense. Pushback nerf, 1 tile. So the range of the pushback range is now a bit weaker, a bit less, like 0.7 tiles. It's like minus 30%. So a small change for the pushback. I think it's fine. You guys think it's fine? Maybe not, but this is at least in my mind a solid change. Archery also, first hit speed still stays 0.2 seconds slower. So you guys gonna see it?
Wait, log. I want to see log. The log.
Tornado's out, the log is in. I think the main reason for tornado was because Graveyard would have been just unplayable. So you guys know, you guys also did a win in the back and win a game of the newest champion, not just the newest champion, new Super Troop in Clash Royale, the Super Magic Archer. So we're just gonna drop it, and the opponent's gonna respond for Giant, and now we're gonna go, like, see what happens. I didn't play it yet. Superstar actually says the turn enemy troops against the opponent for a short time. So just gonna hit the Giant, and the Giant goes backwards.
What the fuck?
What? What did I witness?
Yeah, what is this shit? This is the craziest shit ever.
So the kick that was activated every time it hits. Okay, that's incredible. So that's actually really, really interesting. So I guess I'm just gonna go for this. Now I'm just gonna drop the buff. So when the Magic Archer hits a troop, it goes back and kind of supports yourself. So let's go. So as you guys were seeing, I didn't hit one barbarian, so my barbarians killed his barbarians. But as you guys can see, as long if a Magic Archer hits for a few seconds, the troop is gonna change sides and it's gonna support you. And also the same happens to the tower. It also happens to the tower, as you guys can see. How crazy is that, guys? How crazy is that? That's absolutely amazing. So if the tower hits if the Magic Archer hits the tower, also the tower's going to shoot the kick tower, which is absolutely crazy. This is also a feature. I don't know if you guys saw my video where I was explaining, or like I was doing a video about a potential new card in Clash Royale. I actually thought this would be a new concept in Clash Royale, but maybe they're just trying it out in this special change and bring it out soon, maybe in a new card. But it looks absolutely incredible for sure when the challenge comes out. I will also show you guys the best deck for this challenge. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Let me know what you guys think about the band chips, the new season, the emotes, the skins in general. I would say out. Thanks for watching. I love you guys. Goodbye. In today's Clash Royale video, I want to show you the best deck to upgrade after the new balance change. The balance change will be released in-game at Tuesday, and there will be a ton of different changes on Log Nerf. Also, for sure, the Rocket Nerf, the Arch. No, so generally a ton of nerfs in today's video. I'm going to show you this for a Giant deck will be extremely strong after this update, especially Void Giant itself will be by far the best. We're going to today's casual bit. I'm going to explain you why you should upgrade. Show you this Void Giant.
None of the cards here are getting buffed.
Will be extremely strong after after this update, especially Voyager itself, will be by far the best. We're going to do today's casual update. I'm going to explain you why you should upgrade this deck and how to use this. If you guys enjoyed my type of content, make sure to subscribe, use Creative more in the shop, and let's go. Game number one, and why do I still have Phoenix in the deck and also Log. So I just think with like the Log can be really, really important in Voyager and the knockback itself. I mean, in some decks, the knockback is really important, especially against the Royal Giant. The knockback is really, really important. So I think it's also one of the main reasons why I think this deck will be really, really solid after the changes. But I still think the Log will be really, really solid in this type of deck. And also, what I want to say is, for sure, I still have the Phoenix in there, but I just think the Phoenix will still remain so broken itself because yes, they changed a bit. They made him a bit weaker, but just generally speaking, this card is just the concept is so busted. So he still needs to respond to it. If not, he's going to go for Barbs. Okay, Barbs are just quite annoying. So I'm just going to go for Fisherman in front of this just to tank for my Phoenix, which I think is not too bad and also not too dumb. Need to go Goblins here. I mean, my Phoenix will respawn. I don't know if it really matters too much, but at least we are forcing out a ton of elixirs. So, yes, Barbs. Okay, this makes the matchup pretty hard.
Running away from something, hopeful of something, there's a desire. So understanding these two forces. In today's Clash Royale,
God, it's so. Of mine. Nerf. Nerf mine. Nerf mine. Nerf minor. Nerf minor. Nerf minor. Nerf minor. Nerf mine. Oh. Stop counting. Oops.
Everyone's on Twitter trying to nerf the miner. What's the big deal? So they're gonna reduce the digging distance? Dies in one shot to bats and freeze. Freeze deals like 30 damage. The log, alright. What's it gonna do? It heals the tower! That's what we need! Doesn't even one shot the skeleton. Ice Spirit kills it. Everyone's on Twitter.
And it's getting old, but everyone's still saying no.
요 첫 주문이면 10,000원 할인. 지금 바로 주문하세요.
In today's dish, water shop, I would say that's really mean this cat. Yeah, I mean, log is all in the matter, cat, which doesn't really affect the matter to be bad, right? Or like doesn't make the matter bad. It's a cat, which is for sure salt in the matter, but it's not going to be toxic, and it's just really, really like good to have it strong in the matter. Similar to cards like, I mean, skeletons, iceberg, they're strong, but
I'll check IG. Psycho. Psych. Psycho. Psych. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. Psycho. 배고파. 배고파.
WTF Supercell. We said nerf, not bug.
All the conflicts unless Sylvester. No, sir. All the conflicts unless Sylvester. No, sir. All the conflicts unless Sylvester. No, sir.
Oh.
This is a certified muscle mommy moment.
I felt the comp. Listen, listen. Mister. No.
I found so many comments about growing pics.
Wait. This is actually the 90K shit. Arg.